Yo, how's everybody? Alright, so discombobulated. You're back. So many things happened. I taught a class this morning. I closed all my Chrome windows. Maybe a little ashamed to say how many windows I closed. As many. Maybe somewhere close to 123 windows. Alright, I have a problem, okay? I'm a digital hoarder. Leave me alone. Anyway, now everything's clean and the internet works faster. Very welcome. Got a class this morning. Man, it's always nerve-wracking. Never know when you're gonna get someone that's like, I know all this. Teach me something new. Figure something out. Why? That went well. Now I'm here. Finally. Back at stream. Nice, comfortable Friday stream. How good is that? Made it to the end of the week. Some of us in the weekend. Yag, hi Yag. How are you? What are you working on, Yag? Anything interesting? I feel brain scrambled. I was freaking out over course because it wasn't just like I don't know Unity and I need to know Unity. It was like well, we already started on a project, but our programmer is having some problems, but we still want you to give a Unity crash course. Okay. You're working on playing games. Good, good. What game are you playing? Or are you attempting to play? And I'm often like, I would like to play MechWarrior, and then a week later, I'm like, man, I didn't get to play MechWarrior. My attempts could be very futile. Half-Life 2? So, yeah, I played some Half-Life 2 when it originally came out. I got the orange box. But then there was the Oculus, like the original Oculus plugin for it. Played it all the way through again. It was... I don't know if I went all the way. I think I got through Ravenholm. I don't remember how much further I got from that. You know, after Ravenholm, it's an amazing game. Like, Ravenholm's the important one. Everything up till then, the checkpoints and the resistance, all really good. A little nauseating, totally worth it. So, yeah, such a good game. Way ahead of its time. Hey, Maddie, how are you? What are you up to today? Fix this horrible animation. Maybe it's not so bad. Until you play it over and over. You're like, he's drunk. Go home, Lamia. You're drunk. We're doing good. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. How's your Friday going? Good, I hope. Mine's not too bad. I taught a course and I was nervous and I was freaking out, but then it went really well. Happy about it. Then I have to do it again Monday. I haven't taught in like maybe 5 years. It was like the year before COVID. Might have been 2019, might be 20. Dates. Need them. I did get through it. It was exciting. I'm doing this weird conceptual VR game about crafting reality and like new perspectives. It's a lot. I'm not always the best at abstract things. I like tangible things. Aw, thanks. What are you up to, Maddie? Busy Friday? Boring Friday? Would take either. Okay. Set up the thing. Create a camera. And if attach it to the cat itself, you'd be able to get like a kind of static walk cycle view. Like this. Camera 1. Let's go. Crapland. Excited. So wait, Maddie, are you streaming today? Because Grimey's not here. Where do we go without Grimey? We need to make a petition. Grimey's not allowed to stop. It's just too disruptive. All right. Group this. This will drive the group. That way we can still move the camera around a bit. A backlight. Later, like 2 to 3 PST. Oh, isn't that right when I stop? Isn't that like close to 6 EST? Perfect. What are you doing? More lead code? And those lead code, like, really interesting. Your React project. I might not even know that one. Taking a break from leak code? That might be healthy. Leak code has a community that, I mean, yeah, we all know, right? Just a bunch of people that want to do puzzle solving. Gotta run. Catch you later. Later, Maddie. Thanks for stopping by. Good. It's always interesting because I also would have a hard time not trying to solve a problem. So I just gotta sit there silently and just watch the fun of you trying to tackle it. Okay, not exactly. You can play with some stuff. Also Friday. Might be just out of mental energy. And we're just gonna pretend to do things too. Okay, so wait, have you heard that in Half-Life 2, the G-Man, let's just say the G-Man conspiracy. I've seen images where it's like, oh my god, okay, wait, the conspiracies have a lot of evidence to back them up. Like, it's hard to tell how many times, but so many points as you're making your way through the game, you can find the G-Man. Just, I mean, he's like an Easter egg. He'll be like between two boards or peering through a window, or there's some weird thing about him, like possibly giving the rocket launcher to the Resistance to give to you. But I don't know how the players have that. Like something in the game does put the G-Man at the Resistance, I think. It's all before you would see it. So it might be one of those things where it's just like legit data harvesting. Just finding out that they put the model in a place even though you'll never be able to see it. Which totally feeds into why people love it. It's totally legitimate. It's a lot like Elden Ring. Where like there's so much stuff. Maybe not everything marries together perfectly, but having enough mysterious stuff that could jive if you want to make the conspiracy connections just fuels it so much. Okay. Why does this feel so tedious? I'm only looking at 4 controls right now. Okay. A bunch of things. Let's kill the sliding first. Excuse me. Try and kill the sliding first. Alright, it's planted. Feels like it slides back. Maybe it's a rotation. I see the problem. Roughly flatness. Disaster. Nice and plain. Perfect. Something very satisfying. Having a foot stay in place when it's supposed to be planted. It's similar to when you program something and it functions the way you think it. Make that a rush of validation. Chew. That's gotta be the rotate. That might be right. What if the tangents? Oh. It'll take that. Then we read. I might be doing it the dumb way. Okay, so I wanted it to flop, but I flopped it up. It flops down. Chips out. Let's go. Okay. Just back. Oh, that's one thing I said I was going to do today. See if I hold to that. Perfect. Something that lets you. Select connection. There it is. I think we need to do it on break connections. Select connection. It only worked on. Okay, all right. Let's do this on the left too. It's not the in. This is what I'm. We can go -10 to positive. -10 is fine. We don't need the number 10 to go. We just need this to. More bend. $120. Okay, it's quite a bend. All the way. Okay, so that was normal. That's more. That's the flop I want. One frame towards the sky. Got that, Catalyst? It's just one frame. You don't have to yell. You know what I find funny? People that think all caps is offensive. People that think you have a tone of voice on the internet. The wife was talking about somebody else that was getting like hyper moderated in a chat because they mistyped a link, and then the mods were like, don't post links, and they were like, it's not a link, it just didn't have a space. And they typed like, you know, not a link, and not was all caps. And they're like, don't have that attitude, don't yell. Like, can you not do emphasis on the internet anymore? Man, like old people, old souls on the internet that just don't understand things. Need to put ellipses at the end of everything? And then argue about your attitude problem? Anyway, internet's a weird place. I like that our community uses caps a lot. Maybe yelling isn't a bad thing. Maybe yelling is just passion. You like yelling too? Perfect. Oh, I love it. But yeah, when the wife said that, I was like, everyone I know yells on the internet, and no one actually calls it yelling, usually. No one's offended by an attitude problem when you use caps. I mean, every once in a while, if everything you do is always in all caps, then someone's going to be like, is your caps lock broken? Or like, are you always yelling? You know? I've heard some questions, but getting moderated based on using caps seems way too much. That's extra. Take this and left one. So growing up, I had a lot of instances. People would make me upset, sometimes on purpose, and then get mad because I was raising my voice. Why is it always so wrong to express emotion? Why does everyone want to shame you for like feeling? You're not supposed to feel that way. I didn't want you to be angry by the thing that's obviously angering you. Okay. Sorry. Hopefully no one in chat has to deal with it. I don't know why this turned into Friday therapy. Here we are. You know what? I feel better. Okay. Maybe this is a brand new scene because this, I might just be going too cartoony. Much. Oh, it happens so fast. Okay. The rotations on the body, those are something we should hopefully smooth out. Music, I need you to start yelling. The same song. Another thing to complain about, YouTube Music has changed its interface. At first I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. I can deal with this. Then thing changed a bit. Hard time finding all of my Buckethead. For a long time, I just uploaded stuff and I was like, this is all Buckethead. And then after a while, I stopped changing the artist because he was posting each album with the metadata of Buckethead Land, which I think came because he had a contract dispute, which he changed his name to Deathcube K for a few albums and made just some of the darkest, jankest kind of drone metal. It was good, but it was like, yeah, okay, he's going through a dark period. He made a bad contract. He had to change his name like Prince. Puts out some new stuff. Might have been healthy, you know, to be able to like don a new persona for a little while. And then when he came back again, he went under Buckethead Land. instead of Buckethead. I mean, he's still Buckethead, but metadata. So now all of my Buckethead is kind of segmented into two things. And I might have done some blasphemy and redone some of the metadata because I uploaded. So it's all kind of messy. Okay. Run only old stuff. No, I lie. Okay, so all the old stuff. But then he put out one album that he changed the name of. So Buckethead worked with John Romero for Sigil, a newer game that was kind of like new Doom levels. And he got Buckethead to do the entire soundtrack. Buckethead picked a lot of his own music to put in, just like cherry picked some of his best stuff, and then he wrote one song for it. And that whole thing came out under Buckethead, while everything else is Buckethead. So it's not only me that's screwing up the whole searchable discography. I refuse to take full credit. I haven't uploaded it most of it. I need to buy and upload more Buckethead. I need to work on my Buckethead. Okay, that's a snap. Just pick one and go with it, I guess. So there's no snapping on the back half. The back half, I think, looks pretty good. Yeah, front's just so jank. All right, okay, now we know. Either this one, this one. About 3 and 3. You're good. Rotate you at all. I don't rotate you. Really, it's just you two. And all the problems. Kind of wish there was a mute. Might be a mute. Never tried to find it before. A mute key. Grab all of them and see what mute key actually. Oh, funky. That could mess me up if I didn't know what was going on. Okay, fine. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So the arms are now jank. The rest isolated. Unmute, please work. I don't believe that unmuted. or it just didn't update the graph well. Okay, kill the drone. So now that I kind of put some of them, they have little X's. Maya, how do you work? Not work. Oh, object selected? I have 2 objects right here. Do you have a mute here? No mute here. Mute here. Unmute. Okay. Unmute it. Ish. It's this one. Dive. I guess it's just our incoming tangents. These should probably just have it downwards. Oh, nice. Break this prettier. Make pretty things. Try to jump. When are you gonna work? Might be a problem with the parent control. Maybe we get rid of the parent. Go instead for a point constraint. Because I don't want it to orient. That could be kind of shifting. Okay. I want it to just drastic. That actually does seem better. Oh, but now it's such a butt wiggle. I kind of like it. Maybe it's one of those things where it's only when you see it from the top. A little twerk didn't hurt anybody. That's not terrible. Like perfectly halfway between looking amazingly perfect and jank is all heck. But like perfectly in the middle, where the passable maybe. I'm willing to accept it. I'm a bad anime. You know, just be the reality. Little and was a little bit almost there. Almost looks like a limp. A little bit too much effort right at the beginning. I like how the back legs showing. In video of lions I've seen, they're amazingly very similar. Very little rotational movement. Shuffle them. It kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? Like, feel things out with your front paws. And then if you're practicing covering your steps correctly, if you're stalking, then you could probably follow your own a bit. So you only really have to worry about your front and the back paws just to stick close. Saw something on tigers on how it takes kind of like years for them to be effective stalkers. How they learn, over years how to like softly put down their paw so that way they don't crunch. They don't. It's not like they're watching the ground. It's like legit learning how their paw can go down really slow. It's creepy watching your potential killer affect its own killing tactics. So a big cat, it has to be a decent death, right? Gotta be quick. They go right for the neck. It's not like a small cat that wants to bat you around. Big cats, they know that anything is dangerous. Anything big enough. Oh, we do the other one. Okay, we select connection. I think it goes to like 120. Might not be perfectly even. I kind of forgot to check. Good though. Go ahead. Here, one toe tap. Just gonna throw a key in. It's not a mistake. Zombie! Hey, how are you? How are you? I had to give a Unity crash course today. Definitely thinking about you. Dealing with all those noob modders being like, how do I? But how does this? But what? It went well though. I have another one Monday. Not much pressure though. What's up? Like to you, what? Oh, I don't want to move there. Wait. Okay. Add the whole thing together. Plump, plump, plump. It could be more graceful. I think Atlas was saying swing yesterday. I agree. Or lazy swing. Wanna know what the secret is? How to actually teach those? I mean, I've taught them a few times, but I'd love to know what your secret is. Yeah, let me know yours. The reason that this was tricky is because they already started learning Unity. It wasn't like I know nothing, please teach me. It was like, okay, they don't know much, but they've started. And then before we could do anything, it was like, okay, they have this much working. Like they have XR hand controls working. But they're still confused about how Unity works. And like, what? How can you be that confused about Unity if you got that much work? Yeah, it was a little baffling. But went really well, actually. So they're asking about Unity, but you, as a mentor and teacher, knows better? First, you sit them in front of the TV for 5 to 8 years to rewatch Sesame Street. Okay, what's step 2? What else do we do in this remedial education? First, yes, absolutely. Yeah, so the person I was teaching did take like comp sci 1, 2, and 3. So I'm like, I don't want to teach you any more programming. I'm sure they've taught you to use a calculator for, at least 2 of those years. So perfectly primed, maybe, to learn about all of the weird quirks of Unity. Oh my god, wait, you can add and you can get the scripts? I think he knew about references, but actually being able to like assemble things live, find components on something, that was the break. Which usually it's, right? It's just once you learn how components work, then it's just all the weird quirks of the editor. I think. I don't know. But I could imagine that the modding community is more frustrating, more noobish, no experience, throwing themselves in. Either really great effect or they'll probably get bounced out soon. Which usually the spectrum I see. Okay, now those human arms. Man, how do humans move their arms? How do walk? just be. Translate. I think X and Y both kind of do the same kind of like the cosine dip. In your opinion, the main problem with teaching people nowadays is that no one actually tries to think instead of following tutorials? For you to friggin' read me, don't ever dare to actually just try something. I can agree. This person was trying to hack it together, so I'm really happy that I got to them before they hurt themselves, hurt their ability to go further. Yeah, because I love that. If you're willing to get your hands dirty and experiment, that's the most important, right? The wife and I were talking yesterday about how, like, okay, you know how I keep talking about we should be making children's educational content on YouTube, right? Because they watch it over and over, and we can make good material. We don't have to make stupid jackassery. Like, we could actually make a really nice, polished, educational video that could be entertaining. I believe we have that capability. And the kids, they're going to watch it over and over. You know, if it's fun enough and the parents don't turn it off and ban it, you know, and then we have the success and the money rolls in. But the other aspect is all of these people that just go to tutorials, right? They are feeding the people that make bad tutorials. Because why would you make a good tutorial when you can have a really long opening that a majority of people will sit through because they don't know better? And then you can skip certain parts, but make it seem like you say something, so that way they can skip and keep rewatching the same thing over and over. And then you can have just like a nice perfect result thing, you know, like sections of the video that you know they're going to watch over and over because you designed it in a way where it doesn't actually give them enough information. And they have to sit through crap that they don't need to know to get to whatever might be good in it. And then if you give just enough information that someone found it useful, they might return. But it might not even be about getting subscribers. It might be about just getting enough hits, which means good thumbnails, and again, the same almost useless tutorial format. And that's going to make the most money. So why would you make a good tutorial? A good tutorial someone's going to watch once, understand, and never need to see again. They might share it. But like, I see kind of a problem there because you want the YouTube watch time. So you have to design the tutorials like that, and tutorials that you have to watch over and over are bad tutorials. So we're caught in this like horrible cycle, and then tons of people watch them and feel like it's the only way to learn something because it used to be. Like, people used to make tutorials to teach things and not to scam you out of money. Tutorials can be quite nice. The problem is that people rely on tutorials. Exactly. It's so true. But also, if you're making money off this, do you make money off of doing a nice bulleted text list? Like, I don't think bloggers are actually making money. But bloggers kind of have the best tutorial content. But if you're a blogger, why can't you just write a script? And then why can't you just voiceover? And then why can't you just get some like quick Unity clips and throw them together? You know what I mean? Like, it always ends up being a capitalist problem. Sorry, I had to say it. So is where tutorial? Yeah, I agree. But yeah, in the current society, I don't know how to change out of that. Because again, making content that's more quality and actually teaches is going to be kind of punished compared to the poor tutorials. Maybe the poor tutorials are also creating a dependence on the tutorials for the users. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it must be really hard because it took me so long to get through this tutorial that was only 5 minutes. Or only 20 minutes to do this thing that, you know, it still took me hours to do. It must be just so difficult. Ranja's tutorials? I don't know if there's any tutorial person that I've gone back to more than once. So if they did a good tutorial, there's a chance that, again, it fits into one of the things I said, and I would just never end up seeing them again. Let me check it. For someone like you. Yeah, I mean, like, cat-like coding is nice, especially with the code samples just, like, there for you. Oh, you know what? I've seen a few of these. I absolutely have. Very good. Yeah, how much are you making? I think you're just doing good for the world. Truly altruistic content. And I love it. I love it. It just, I don't think is actually rewarded. There's a problem with, we need reward cycles for anyone to do anything. Yeah, maybe that's why when people are like, hey, did you see a tutorial or did you watch this person's stuff? I'm just like, no, I don't even look at other people's stuff. I'm giving advice, it's that you learn to experiment. It's a little bit better. It's weird because you're moving. You weren't moving. It would just kind of be a sine. Sine one way, cosine another. So yeah, Zombie, what are you up to today? Anything interesting? After yesterday's crazy soldering escapades. That's it. Escapades. Like a... And watch Danger teach himself English. No external help. Bad logic. Close. It's like I was trying. They do that. Close at all. Probably continuing the cabling. Haven't done much more last night. May have ordered 2 linear rails this morning to replace bed until hot and hot end carriage. Okay. When did those show up? I thought you were gonna yell at me with all the ellipses. That it was perfect. Good delivery. That's cool. I was watching Winter Gatan today, and I'm a little sad at how big the marble machine has gotten, but seeing him go from bad ideas for attaching shafts to things, not like bad ideas, but like kind of cheap ideas for attaching shafts to like flywheels and whatnot, to going to like the proper solution is like, wow, that's an industrial part. I'm like, okay, now I finally see some industrial things go into use. This is what grown-ups do. Wait a second. 1 linear rail for each? Actually don't know enough about linear rails. Okay, so the hot end carriage. as part of the gantry. So nothing to do with the z-axis, right? The hot-end gantry and the hotbed gantry? They're both on rollers right now. I think I just have extruded rod and some linear bearings. Those linear bearings? I think they are. Poked around. So how disassembled is it? Like yesterday it could have printed something, right? And today it's probably weeks away from being printed. Maybe days, right? Once you get the rails, you put it back together. There it is. Does that work? Please be a cool cat. Nope. Nope, totally like, I don't know what to do with my hands. Oh, those are even worse. Go this way first. Good Friday to get animation. Can't even do it that way. I can't tell the distance well enough. That's the forward mode. That can be closer to the center. Lower? Because we're on the course. No space. Oh, you notice that you have a few rough spots, and then you can feel if you slide it by hand, like really bumpy spots. Huh. Wait, what was your old solution? Oh, a V-groove. That's interesting. And you can't clean it off with some isopropyl or something like that? Wait, it would cost the same as a linear rail? Why do I feel like linear rails are more expensive? Could be wrong. Because you're an idiot, why not replace the rollers on the x-axis too? I feel like I've seen more linear rails, if I'm remembering what they are. They're like a dovetail thing, right? I've seen more of them on hot ends hot ends than for the heated bed. Wonder why. Bumps and scratches in metal can't be cleaned with ice. I just wanted to make sure, you know, it's a, I don't know, I assume it's a place where dirt or grime could gather. Or what if it was molten plastic? What if you just had a little molten plastic that kind of like, while it was still molten, kind of smoothed out, but that created just like a little lift in that area? Like, yeah, 3D printers, they can attract some debris. Use this one. Okay, break these. Do we flatten them? You don't think it will make much of a difference? You're just insane? Well, if I can help validate your sanity, I actually think everything will make a difference. Like, yeah, legitimately. It might not seem like much, but I bet there's there's like less rigging or just like cleaner lines. Everything that you can do to make less bumps, less vibrations, more consistency, more precision on a 3D printer. It's amazing how it doesn't really have super diminishing returns. Like, I've seen some parts that professional 3D printers are like, wow, look at this. It's really amazing. Especially big ones. They're like, wow, it came out so good. And you can still see like a layer that somehow shifted just the slightest bit. And you can tell because everything's so perfect. Like, you know, maybe that's that someone shifted the table. Maybe that's out of your control. But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a super top end. I really don't know. And again, how much money you put in to get rid of some of those very slight artifacts might not be worth it. I mean, at this point, it's becoming a complete do-it-yourself. Maybe not the one you wanted, though. Maybe not the core XY of your dreams. Okay, what about this eventuality, right? If you collect enough parts for enough types of 3D printers, you will eventually have enough parts to have multiple complete 3D printers. Even if some of them are like not your best 3D printer. I wouldn't say that they're not the best. I'm sure they're like gonna end up being really good because you're tinkering and putting the time in and finding the right parts and customizing and stuff, but feel like I know most YouTube 3D printers, they either get sent 3D printers or they make their own. Like Ivan Miranda makes his own, but a lot of them, you know, a lot of them aren't. You'd probably be one of the first people I know that has more than one Frankenstein that's not, or like Thomas Sandlatterer has, but you don't even need one printer. What you do with multiple? So Zombie, do you want to make a tabletop RPG? We can use the FDM for prototyping, and then when are you going to get into the resin printers? It's just an LED display, right? With a small vat of resin and an actuated build plate that tilts itself. Like, it's not that bad. Resin is out. That's fair. I also haven't gotten into the resin. And as good as the minis look, it seems like it's an equal amount of pain in the buttery. That arm is so awkward. Can't just be that we need clavicle, right? No way. I'm willing to believe it'll help, though. Okay, I'm king, but that might be a mistake. Maybe we should kind of pose. Can't ventilate here in your apartment? That's fair. Oh well. Hmm. I just don't think I have the cash for it. Especially when I still need a graphics card. We can make fire. Because we need fire. Helps a lot. You know, the head. Head's absolutely horrible. Okay, you can. It's better. Maybe it's fine, right? Shift the torso a bit because I think that's going to shift the A CNC mill would be very neat, though. That's true. I mean, yeah, CNC mills are really cool. More for parting than mini. That you would need a real workshop, not just your hallway. Something you walk through to get from one room to another. I mean, in some houses, that might even be a pantry. I grew up in a house that had two through pantries. There was like one in the middle of the house that had some counter space, had dishes and like snacks and stuff. And then we had like a back one with our food stores and stuff. Pasta sauces and stuff. Fancy. I always thought a pantry would be a kitchen add-on. Okay, so funnily enough, they are both kitchen add-ons. They were on either sides of the kitchen. One would go from the kitchen to the back porch. And like on the way, it had shelves. And then the other one was from the kitchen to the living room. Yeah, both kitchen add-ons, both like minor hallways. I guess I had a friend that had more regular pantries, just like a big closet with food in it, attached to your kitchen. Like this one needs much further. Kind of does. Weird. Yeah, weird. We need better hips. And I don't really have hips, do I? This is the closest thing. This could turn into a nightmare. Well, now I know that your hallway corridor is not attached to a kitchen, because we have a shared understanding of a pantry. Right this way. The whole thing. Okay. Here we start. -3. Be -3. Thank you. Oh, I mean, it's not good, but it's so much better. You know how it goes. Here we go. Now we're gonna give it some swag. Way. Oh, it's so janky. So cursed. Head's part of it. Okay, maybe it's part of the hand too. I know. Okay. Okay. Maybe we fix the hand. And the hips are so low. A little awkward. Sorry, I'm going over in my head whether Cryochi was right or not. I don't remember the edits he wanted me to make. He was either very right or wrong in the max. Don't remember. Did he want the legs longer and the torso shorter? Why do I feel like he wanted the legs shorter? Because if the legs are shorter, this gets even more weird. Oh, I have to close the mouth. It's too zombie-esque. No offense, zombie. Not, not my intention. Those cheekbones. Dang. Okay. Everything here. And just key here. And compensate for the head again. Hmm. just that weird thing. I actually managed to move downstairs. Good job. That's progress. Twist her head like that. Okay, so here we'll easy. It's fine. This one. Filtered by here. I'm starting looking off. Wait, what are you doing downstairs? Aren't you waiting for new printer parts? Or is there more printer stuff to be done? So easy to tell when it's not quite looking great. Just micromanage it, shall we? So edit Cables, cables, cables. And you're reminding me that I have my own cabling things that I'm avoiding. Someday. I should do it soon before the project becomes invalid. Actually, Tommy, have you done any VR? You got your whole setup VR proof, right? The right one, which we worked on already, is actually worse than the left. How did I manage? VR is getting pushed back right now. Got enough other things to do. Fair. So let me know when you're ready, and I might do another polish pass on VR for Macablo. No, it's not terrible. It definitely needs more polish. This one doesn't back far, or it stays further back. They both broke. That's far back. Nikki, come on, just be somewhere good. So close. All the feet need to shift. This need. A little bit further. What's the thing? Up. A little bit. Date. I'd like to see what date. Not too high. Oh, yeah, there we go. That's pretty much perfect. Some minor adjustments to make to get the legs lined up. Don't you hate it when you put something somewhere so you don't lose it, and then you lose it just because you put it somewhere? I think I've been trying to go towards Adam Savage's approach, which he has this whole mentality of like, if I was looking for this right now, where would I find it? And then trying to keep that neural connection as the sole way that he finds things. Like there's still a level of organization, but at least it's like the first order operation that your brain's going to do. You're not jumping through other things to be like, well, does this make sense or does this make sense? And once you trust your gut, that your gut is what tells you where things go, then I think it's easier to just trust your subconscious. It does so much more work, more efficiently than your consciousness does. Yes, I can easily tell you there's at least 4 very important things per year that I put in a place where I'm like, I think this is going to be the place where I'll find this. And then in my mind, I can picture that object in every single location I try and imagine it. And I just have to check everywhere. It's always the last place I look. I know people hate that expression, but I guess the expression is valid if you check somewhere but you don't find it and you check it again and then you do find it. Totally happens. It is one room. You don't even know how it's physically possible for you to lose something here. That's fair. Alex Steele from the same named YouTube channel has this thing against horizontal surfaces in the workspace. For this exact reason. A horizontal space will just accumulate things that you put on it, and the order of it usually gets into disarray because you just need to put something down. You know, you just can't hold something forever. And then you just have a mess. Horizontal spaces breed messes. I find fascinating. I have to live my life with the horizontal mess, but the idea that someone out there has no horizontal surfaces to put anything on and they have a clean and effective life, it's a pipe dream. Then you know the real trick? That your floor is a giant horizontal surface. There's no escaping it. You'll be forever cluttering your space. I live inside you forever. No. Yeah, got a little Broadway for you. So I haven't played with height for the cog at all, which you should kind of do between steps. I feel like I would. Weird. So when you're lifting a leg is also when you lift your cog, center of gravity. If you consider a quadruped to have 2 centers of gravity for animation purposes, right? 1 for each set of legs. You can have them act independently, and that tends to work. But even then, they're going to be offset a little bit different. So wait, what did you put down? Is it the hot glue gun? Is there a rogue heated hot? Well, no. If it was heated, you'd probably know to find it. It's plugged in. Rogue cooling hot glue gun? Still dangerous. MOSFET for the hotbed. I have only actually encountered MOSFETs on my MOBO. I think I just have some weird tangents. That's cool. So I have a thing I have to do over the weekend. And part of me is like, I can get it done. It can be a proof of concept, but I'm not sure if it can ever actually run. I think it might even have a hard time running on a PC instead of like a VR headset. But the idea that you have 3 cameras rendering, the toned down version would be pre-rendered video or an animated texture or just a texture, I guess. But having like, let's say 3 rendering cameras in Unity, and you blit 3 of them into one image using some sort of mask, whatever you want to split up, I guess like a split screen. And what is it just split screen? Okay, but split screen for VR, where each camera is gonna have depth. That's like 6 cameras that need to be post-processed into 2 images that then need to get pushed back into the render texture or the render target. There's a part of me that's just like, I don't think it's possible. Hope I didn't dig myself into a hole. The use case is less important. I guess think that you need to see through 3 portals at once in like hit Valve game portal. But all of the portals need to be on screen at once, if that makes sense. So you can like see 3 different realities at once in a VR headset. I'm not gonna lie, I don't fully understand the use case. It's very abstract. Sense of vomit inducing? That's part of the problem. But I wonder if you can even do it. Like, how many cameras can I have rendering and then I put to a texture and then I have one thing that's merging, I guess 3 of the cameras, right? Would we have to have 3 for each eye? Or you would have 1 camera for each eye, but that would have to split into a left and right eye. I don't know, it seems like a lot. Even if it is abstracted and like Unity does some of the stereoscopic stuff, but I don't even think it's going to do that. I think you might actually have to do the full thing, because it's not a very orthodox thing. Maybe you just need another portal solution instead of using multiple cams. Wait, but how would you do a portal effect without using a masked camera? If Portal 64 can do it, so can you? No, but legitimately, wait, how do you get that? It is just a camera, right? You need to have a camera for a portal. And again, okay, so but Portal 64 doesn't, is that a VR thing? Can we experience that in VR and see a depth? I don't know if we need the depth. If we put it past 5 feet, I guess it doesn't really matter, but it would be really cool to have, it's like windows that you would see through. Above your pay grade. Zombie, I would argue it's at your pay grade. I feel like this is just at the level where you've played with VR, you've had to play with shaders. I mean, I'm going to end up seeing if it works. I think I can do it for flat screen. Once we get into VR, I'm like, okay, a 3-way split screen might already be a little bit tough for PC to run. And it's right away, if I have to do all of the stereoscopy, that might be a nightmare. Maybe I do it for one and I push it for both eyes with a little view transform. I don't know. See, I'll report Monday. I'm excited though, because it's one of those things that I think I'm technically capable of, but it is going to be at the bounds of my capabilities. Maybe not the bounds. It'll be something I've never tried before. Splitting is fun. I hope I find it fun this time too. Mm-hmm. Okay, this cog jumps a bit. Hello? Thank you. Okay, so it has a little bit of a pulse in its rotation. But besides that, it actually loops. Okay. One of the hands. It's you. Okay, good. One hand. Best of luck. Why, thank you. Not gonna try and do anything fancy with masks. I'll probably pre-provide some masks for each camera. I don't know. If I get it done, how interested are you in a small collab for doing split screen The Long Dark in VR? Because I might have some solutions to solve some of the problems. Yo, Shish Kebab, what's up? Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Do anything interesting today? Specific. I don't know. A lot of it's looking good. Want to mess it up? Who's seeing? Not much? Cool. Fucking focus on those first. That's fair. That's fair. I have a deadline, so it either happens by Monday or it doesn't. More or less. But yeah, we'll either have something Monday or I will have a big fat. I don't know. It's possible. And if it's possible, then you know, that's technology. And it's aimed to loop properly. It's not worse. I would say it's better. It's always a little sticky, but pushing through. Vibing with your new cat. Does the cat like the keyboard? I mean, if I was cat-sized, I think I would love rolling around on a keyboard. I like rolling my hands on keyboards. Clearly, we need to make keyboards for cats. You did right now? Perfect. What's your cat's name? Okay, upper torso is way too small. And there's still the kind of pulse. So. Hey, Catless, how are you? Cornflake, what a wonderful name for a cat. Is he a kitten? Did you adopt an older cat? Did you steal a neighbor's cat? Survived the grocery store. Congratulations. Did your wallet survive? Is it on its last legs? "10 weeks. Pretty young. So now just enjoying the life that you still have after surviving the grocery store? Or do you have plans for today? Night? Like the weekend for you, right? Let's go for some low-hanging fruit. If we just adjust the fingers, it won't look like crap. It'll look like less crap. That's the Didn't I just key some stuff and there's like it's all the tangents. Like she's really just pushing through this one pose. Sticky poses suck. I'm paranoid. We're gonna fix the back pulsing. Good chance that's gonna go horribly wrong. And do all our good work. Bro's walking on your keyboard. They're cute like that. I understand if you play with them as kittens a lot and like handle them a lot, then they become a lot more docile as they're older. Let you play with them a lot more. Less scratching, less biting. But I don't know. If my wife ever got a cat, she would probably train it to be the most feral thing in the world. You're thinking about how you shouldn't be thinking about making coffee at this time. It's midnight. Oh. Yeah, you probably shouldn't, but I can see the temptation is there. Sorry for the messages? No worries. That's good. Wait, what color is your cat? What kind? Is it like tortoise shell? Is it like an orange? Is it a tomcat? Is it I don't know enough words for cats. Siamese, they have a specific coat. Tricolor. Ooh. Go for a catless, you'll join in solidarity. My stream's about to be wired at degen hours. You could compromise and go for instant, but it's almost not entirely coffee. So instant coffee weirds me out because every other coffee you like run water through, like hot water, you percolate. But what is instant coffee? You just dump it into water and you drink the whole thing? That scares me. You are the filter. You know what? I don't know if my kidneys love that. So it might even be going the right distances. You know what message you got from a guy in ArtStation today? Dear Shish Kebab, hello. I hope my letter has not disturbed you. You're a very shy person. You're not good at expressing yourself. You have been silently paying attention to your artwork. You mustered up a lot. You mustered up a lot of courage to write you a letter. You hope you don't mind. Your artwork captivated me and got my attention. I am your loyal fan and carefully appreciate all your ArtStation work. Comments, media, artwork, and your artwork is very creative. Your work highlights your personal style and you're special and different. This is why I like your artwork. It's amazing. I'm so happy you got this. Your selfless sharing and sincere artwork deeply touched my heart. I think I have fallen deeply in love with your artwork. In reality, you are a warm and generous person. I can tell from your artwork. I think you're about to get catfished. Like this is like a romance scam, right? I'm not a stingy person. I see talented artists and I'm willing to give my sincere compliments. If such a talented artist is not known and appreciated by more people, you'll be sad. Hope your artwork gets more attention, likes, reposts, and praise. A unique artist like you deserves more popularity. If you're willing to be interested in me, would you consider following me? Looking forward to your reply. Is that the longest follow for follow request ever sent? That's amazing. I hope you're well and in good health. Yours. And then they sign their full name. That's great. Maybe not full name, but like that's more than most internet people would sign. 100% a bot? Oh, I'm not surprised. On my Insta, I get very consistent, like, you make really consistent, wonderful artwork. And I would be very interested in talking to you more about creating an NFT set of your work. Like, doesn't it defeat the purpose when you get two comments that are the exact same comment from completely different accounts? Yes, now please make furry porn. Yeah, exactly. So I don't have any money, but here's my commission details. Right? And the internet's a fun place. Very weird, deeply weird. Okay, maybe it's just in the middle. Like pop here, pop. And then by here we're already over. This side. Maybe it's just tangents. We'll just say everything is tangents. That'll be our magical solution. And put that up there. So Shish Kebab, did you actually put up a new ArtStation? Sorry, I cleared out everything from Chrome. I don't think I mentioned this to everybody yet. I found an extension in Chrome to save everything to like a file, like everything I have open. I closed 123 windows, totaling some thousands of tabs. And my computer's clean, and I feel like I can breathe again. I'm really happy I found that extension so I can actually do it more often. In like 1 hour? Nice. Clean. Okay, wait, yeah, here we go. Here's one thing. Here's two thing. We're gonna gather up all of my windows now. Clean, clean, clean. Clean. There you go. 123 windows. Your open tabs. This will tell you everything I have open right now. I don't think there's anything too bad. Like fresh. You see how clean that is? That's actually clean compared to 123 windows, all with varying amount of tabs, and some of them are like ridiculous. I'm gonna stop showing you my internet search history. And some of these I can just close. Unity animator controller, I don't need that. Closed, it's gone. Ranja, I'll keep you open. Me with one tab? Twitch? Wait, really? Are you not a digital hoarder? Oh, zombie. Can you not imagine the state of my bookmarks? Is it safe to show my bookmarks? Maybe kinda. You're not allowed to ask questions, all right? So, bookmarks, tons of bookmarks, right? And then you go into one that you know is gonna have tons of stuff. Dev stuff. We haven't even gone to the folders yet. How do you use bookmarks? I bookmark the things that are important to me, and then I don't even use the bookmarks anymore. There's too many of them. How do you do any of this? Oh, this one's cool. This one you can type in your code, and it'll tell you what your assembly will look like. Yeah, too many links, too many things. Am I supposed to spend the rest of my life organizing everything? That way I can find it, but then I don't spend enough time searching and creating new things. You can imagine? Well, now you don't have to. Yeah, honestly, if you use bookmarks instead of keeping tabs open, all right, which I think tabs open is more of a like I'm currently working on something and I don't want to lose all of my research. But if you're bookmarking and just closing tabs all the time, how crazy is your bookmarks? How do you organize those? I'm very curious. Please send as much info as you're willing to. Organize? So do you just search your bookmarks? Because there's something deeply weird about having bookmarks from places that you searched, and then you're going to search your bookmarks again. Partially, I don't really use bookmarks. I just search for it again. Not the best practice. Okay. It works until Google breaks. This is the same. Okay, I guess that's true. Use the search function. And I heard that it's kind of a Zoomer act to not use folders at all anymore. And you just throw everything either in one folder or on your desktop or whatever, and then you use the search just to find anything and everything. I find that interesting. I'm intrigued. These young kids, they have some ideas. It's going to be as simple as so it still pops at the end. I'll get you. All you break your. I just want to say break your leg. They're tangents though. As long as you don't rely on the standard Windows search. Okay, but when you're talking about files and folders, what are you doing? Are Zoomers all indoctrinated to Mac? Did their parents all being yuppie Mac people that don't know how to operate a real computer just buy, iPhones and MacBooks for their children? And now Zoomers don't even know how to use proper operating systems? Like our search totally works, but there's no software you really want to run on our OS, so good luck. But a few folders when organizing files is more sane. I mean, I agree. In fact, with your network upgrade, you finally consolidated and sorted all your data. Yeah, I think for me, I'm never willing to sit down and organize my data. I am willing to try and impose an organizational system through folders when I start something. So if I have a new hard drive, I will create like a new Maya folder, and that's where I'm going to try and save things to. And then I guess if I'm trying to change my mentality for more organization inside that folder, I would probably create project folders. And as soon as I do that a few times, I would probably stop using loose files. Maybe. But yeah, I can't go back and reorganize. Just like if I hear a podcast or a YouTube video and I wasn't really paying attention, I can never hear it again because my mind already has heard that exact audio clip and I can't ever again. You get now all on one 8 terabyte drive, what you need day to day. Yeah, I mean, I could probably fit everything I need on an 8 terabyte drive. And again, I've almost filled up an 8 terabyte drive for my downloads folder and my Steam library. Everything on smaller SSDs in different systems is expendable. What do you consider expendable? It's like your C drive and your program folder? Gotta figure out how to make a hair shader. In what? Curious, because yeah, there's the shader, then there's the system. But then if you're in Unity or Unreal, I think it mostly is just shader, a material, a few textures. You don't care, that's what you mean? A lot of program files, because I can just download them again, I guess I don't care about. At the same time, now that I'm thinking about it, like I would love to make a nice image of my C drive to just store somewhere, because there's some software that I have a feeling I might never get again. In Blender. No chance in using Maya? No worries. But yeah, I mean, there's still Unity and Unreal. Yeah, Blender should be a lot easier. At least it's set up to do a lot of hair stuff. And 3.5, like 3 months ago, had all that cool new hair node stuff. As long as you manage your expectations. You have to actually paint the hair follicles to be able to use groomed hair particles or follicles. That threw me for a loop. Windows programs, random downloads. Cool. Fakachino acquired. That sounds good. I like achinos. Ooh. That's fancy. Also like your keyboard. And me. I can see me in the background. That's me. Well, that's not me, that's us. Here you are, chat. Did you take your selfie today? Because if not, Zombie took it for you. Looking very colorful. That looks good. What's in your snack box? Ooh, that's a good question. Wait, snack box. These look like JST connectors. No, wait, they're round. They're heat shrink? Not too short to be heat shrink. What am I even looking at? Plastic spacers. I'm disturbed. I'm deeply disturbed. You've put money into plastic spacers. And you have a 3D printer. Like one of the things you can do with an uncalibrated 3D printer is make plastic spacers. And that's the heat bed under there. I did notice that. Looking like a giant chocolate bar. Chocolate bar. Self-heating chocolate bar. I may or may not have some chocolate that I can eat. And the line to continue would have to be like this. Would have to be like this ish. That feels kind of right. these tangents. These make it look good. But the front looks bad, but the back is not as poppy. That front is too. You know, a chicken and the egg. Fair. And buying them is actually way more cost effective. You would pay more in power and material. I almost never hear someone consider power for their 3D printing expenses. But also, okay, so I'm thinking there was something that I made once. We're not allowed to ask questions about this, okay? All right, do we agree that, chat? Just little, you know, don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. So I 3D printed one of these. Come on, show the thing. They're good for stuff, putting stuff together. I 3D printed one, and I figured how much I 3D printed it was like maybe 5 cents. It's a ridiculously small amount of material that it takes. But if you're actually buying Keck clamps, they can be like, well, let's see. Amazon is trying to dox me. So we can half show this. Half. Up to there. Sorry, it's a little bit covered. Set of 9 pieces for $12. I get this is a little bit bigger than a spacer, but I totally put this in the same place in my mind as a spacer, like little crap plastic that you can just print, and way overpriced, ridiculously overpriced. $1.40 per? Anyway, I'll digress. Power is very expensive here. I guess it's gone up a bit, right? 53 cents for 1 kilowatt hour. Okay. And so how long to run your printer for an hour? So roughly 58 to 60 US cents. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, because you could probably get spacers in like some real bulk. Not this weird premium. What quality should textures be on a model? 2K, 4K, 8K? It depends, but my gut says 2K is good. 4K feels way overkill, unless you need to have either a giant character that you get close to, or you need like a photorealistic close-up. Well, okay, so photorealistic close-up that you're rendering, 8K. Game art that's close up, 4K. And then a majority of game art should be like 2K and 1K, depending on how big it gets on screen. I guess one good rule of thumb is like, if you're making something that can change, like if you're using Substance Designer, you can kind of step through the different sizes and just see what the smallest thing you can get away with is. I'm always surprised how much you can fit on a 512 by 512 map, especially for little props. Depends on use case. Yeah, I agree. What texel density? That's a fancy word. But yeah, pretty much. Just for use uploading to ArtStation? Well, that's a trick question because ArtStation is there to be your portfolio, right? So you just kind of want to wow everybody. Where was that thing? If you're in the Discord, not that I'm trying to force you over to Discord, Atlas posted this thing. Where was that? Blender? Mudbox? It was like an interview with a render artist that's really good. And he was saying just like 8K maps for everything. Especially if you're rendering. Like you'd be surprised how much you actually need the 8K maps. And then you can start getting pores and all that. If they're downloadable, maybe not 8K. I'm sure there's some hiring people out there that'd be like, oh, they work in 8K maps, that's too much. Maybe using it in VRC? Wait, what is VRC? But they're so big. 8K? Yeah, 8K is really big. But again, you can get like a bust with 4 level detail. So you might not want to go less than that if you're really going for photorealistic portraits or close-ups, that kind of stuff. Oh, VR chat? Oh my god, VR chat should be low, I think. Probably not more than 2K. You also heard someone somewhere mention 1,000 pixels per 1 meter in game space. I could see that changing a bit depending on your generation, but it's kind of interesting. I would want to know more context on that. I'd be interested in seeing how it lines up with my own what I've actually done. I guess this would be a bit high. 14K faces, 1,000 per 1 meter. I don't know, that seems really low actually. If I'm thinking about it, trying to put together, because a character like a human would be 2 meters, right? Roughly. That gives you 2,000 pixels. Oh wait, we're saying pixels. Sorry, my brain went to verts, and I'm just like, that's too stingy. 1,000 pixels per 1 meter. That might be legit. I've never tried to measure pixels per size. Does that count for scaling? So if you're making a wargaming game, right? If you're doing an RTS style thing, are you scaling everything down by like, 10? And therefore, yeah, you're only like, I don't know, 5 or 6 pixels per person sometimes. I want to write that down. I want to do something with that. It's legit a metric I've never heard before. I want that compared to my yardstick. So my mental standard is God of War franchise. It was always really good. God of War 2 had a 2,000 vertex Kratos, or maybe 2,000 faces. They're pretty similar. And then God of War 3 had 20,000 for a main character. So kind of helps you understand the like generation leap. And now we're probably at a point where we could be closer to like, I don't even know. Some games really push it. And I just don't want to put like millions of polys into a character and then just have it slow down and be like, but they said it was fine. You don't remember too well? He was talking about game graphics, possibly third person. I mean, if you think that you're scaling things down to fit properly, and you're talking about actual game space being 1 meter, and everything's scaled not to reality, then that totally makes sense. So yeah, a human character 2 meters tall gets a 2K texture. That does seem right. And then when you have a dragon that is, 4 meters tall, 5 meters tall, then it can be a little bit low res at 4K. And I just a little, like a very tiny amount. Okay, I like that. Makes me feel better that most of my creatures are 2K maps because I'm too lazy to change the defaults. These arm swings are driving me nuts. Let's make sure that some stuff is working. Yeah, I think the cat sway is finally looking pretty. So shish kebab, what do you use to texture with? Use in Photoshop, Affinity? Did you mention before and I forgot because I'm an idiot? That's the case, I apologize. Ender. Do you ever have a problem baking maps when you have more than one noise node going into something? Or do you not use nodes? Are you painting? I'm just curious. Catalyst was having problems getting some texture node, shading node graphs to bake down properly. Not too bad. Never baked anything? Fair. Okay. Actually, I would imagine it's not too bad to have like a half baked solution for Blender where you could paint maps and then paint masks and use the masks to add noise to certain areas in Blender. And then I think you would need to bake all that out. Never considered that because I never really have a good piece of software that can both paint on a mesh and give me procedural anything. I don't think I have a single software that I trust painting on a mesh that has a procedural anything. Very sad. Half-baked chuckles. I mean, yeah, in all terms, I guess, except for the movie. But if we're talking the movie, I feel like all of chat is Guy on the Couch. most appropriate way to think about it. Twitch chat is just a guy on the couch. Do we not tilt? It feels a little one-sided. Ultimate swagger. Here we go. We get some real lean in there. And sometimes Unity kind of gets them to loop a little bit better. Sometimes. I remember that the Jet Jaguar, we got really close and it looks really good. Wait, Callus, what do you think of the feet now? Not that they're great, but I got them to flop the other direction now. Let's do them slower. There's only one frame where they go up. Or there should only be one frame. So we get ultimate floppage. Most of it's in the back. And it follows through. Yo, Coding with Strangers, what up? How you doing, hero? I must have the flop. The flop is the most important part. How do you know it's the king of the jungle? Actually, how is a lion the king of the jungle? Do lions live in jungles? I feel like I'm just realizing that I've been lied to my whole life. Yo, I was lurking a little bit yesterday. Saw you making your nugget racer. Amazing. I love all your bot stuff. It's so good. Let's give a shout out, because I should do more of those. Check out Coding with Strangers, because he does amazing bot work and had like such a cool vibe in his stream. Lots of cool artwork, cool people. And you can get points for lurking. Yes, they do. Disney wouldn't lie to us. Oh, clearly. Clearly. And they coexist with warthogs, right? Adding the crown to the first, second, and third this weekend should be fun. Heck yeah. For your drawing this weekend. Nice. I don't know if I saw the continuation of your like train explosion, your train wreck. You have like a link to that, or is that what you're doing? I would love to see an update. Anything to distract me from this really janky animation. It's starting to look better, but it's not there. There we go. Throw that on repeat, and now we just pretend to work for the rest of the day. And Friday. Does anyone have weekend plans? I know I've got very little. There's a chance, a minor chance, that I get Ratchet and Clank, and I go ham on that. I've been waiting to play a Ratchet and Clank game for a long time now. Okay, the next problem. This clavicle is kind of stuck. We just stopped doing anything to it. Oops. It. Gotta be perfect now, right? At the end it needs to 0. Cool. Weekend plans? Might be staring at a monitor. Fair chance of that happening. I know at least one day I will be. I have a few things to do, including that really crazy thing that I'm talking about. Having the 3 cameras rendering and having their output get merged together, and then shoving that merged together thing into the eye sockets of the user. But then maybe doing that once for each eye socket. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll be blitting this weekend. Actually, blitting a Unity only thing? I bet it isn't. Can I blit in Godot? Godot blit. They have a blit rect. They have a blit render target. Okay, there's some blit up in there. Intriguing. Alright, so at least I'm not being a Unity snob. Yeah. That's cool. What are you going to be doing on said monitor? Anything interesting? Playing game? More Houdini work? That hip. Bang, bang, boom, boom. So good. Okay, maybe we just need the bob now. Like, get things to move up and down. This could be a night. I already tell. I could have set this up better. Maybe. Maybe tires in Houdini? Maybe that mech sketch on Blender? something else if mouse design committee managed to powwow. That's true. Am I supposed to be there? I guess I probably should, just to see if I can do anything on it. I'm a bit busy, but I'm not too busy. That could be cool. Also interested in your mech sketch. That should be cool. So yeah, I approve of everything that you may or may not do this weekend. You can continue. You don't have to reschedule anything. You're welcome. Okay. Hopefully this fixes everything. One of the few things we have left to actually play with. This should be a peak. A little up. That might be too much. I might just shift everything down a little bit. Thanks, you're welcome. Anyone else need their plans checked for the validity? So tricky. I don't need that. That's a mistake. Oh, way too high. Man, am I gonna get my stuff together? It's... Okay. Functional. This and this. More time to actually read. I don't like. Okay, here we go. That is really janky. Okay, the question is it okay for the back? We might need to just think about it as like decoupled. Timing's a bit off. Did I make it better? Did I make it worse? Worse. Okay, wait, this feels like he's not lifting. Oh, he does lift. PC got lost in the sauce. Okay, so you gotta just. Oh, and the hands. Okay, good. Not good? Wait, really? Is one hand not properly animated? I do that? Which one of you even is it? Gotta be the left. You, match you. Alright. Match these two. And shout out to 5 o'clock. Also Grimy. Where's Grimy today? Missed the memo that he was taking the day off. Darren, you thought you were doing okay until you started seeing face on the mech cockpit? Can you take a screenshot? Can I see? I can't remember which. There was a mech that, oh, maybe it was a Timberwolf. Let's see if I can find it. The MWO Timberwolf or Mad Cat, whatever you want to call it, has a smile on it that some people noticed and can't unsee. I can also kind of get it, but you need a straight on shot. So give me a second, trying to find it. Come on, everything has to be at a 3/4 angle because it's just so much more dynamic. And that one's too dark. This is so hard. Oh, okay, this guy even put decals. So do you see that it has like the little thing going from the nose down and then the little smile thing down here? There might be another one that also has a hidden smiley face in there. The Timberwolf, and then he even gave it the eye. Look how goofy it is. Like it's a big It's a type of bulldog. I think looks kind of like a shark. A similar head shape to it. You see the smile panel also? Yeah, so you know, sometimes you make a mech and you put a smiley face in there and you can't do anything about it. Just that's how it is. Okay. Like these should be. This is tricky. Because I need to pretty much add this into the. I don't want him, I just want to stare at it. No idea if this is the right way to do it. We are gonna learn. Like the whole thing needs to work. This is not gonna be weird like. Weird hiccup. It's so bad. Why are the arms the worst? Just bad enough that it looks like bad mocap. Real bad mocap. Smiley face is not that bad. You just don't want it to look like it came from Angry Marines chapter. That's pretty funny. I mean, all the chapters of Marines are angry except for, I want to say one, because they're all limited in size except for that one that doesn't care and doesn't follow the limits. I forget which one it was. Black Templars or something. I would have a certain amount of meme power. This is true. So it occurs to me that you're going to attempt to do a hard surface model inside a blender. Is that what we're doing? Which is a poly modeler. I feel like that's kind of in the vein of what we've been talking about recently, about how poly modelers shouldn't be used for hard surface. Not me, that's not my opinion. I think you can get away with it. Yep, okay, fair. Just avoid bevels. Sounds good. And bools. And many other things. Yeah, chamfer, never chamfer. Chamfer makes broken topology. think this. Hey Gav, thanks for the raid. Hey Gav, what are you up to? I saw you sketching. How's your art coming? I saw more bricks in round shapes. Good, excellent. I actually moved this. I was thinking about moving it over one. Maybe it went this way. Okay. We'll get it someday. Both the hands shove themselves down. No stream tomorrow, be back on Sunday. Sounds good. I think I'll be around on Sunday. I might be able to join you. Yes, that up. They're too in sync. They need to offset. And someday I'll get good at animation. Everyone's gonna be like, wow, Danger, that looks so good. Like, yep. It's gonna be a great day. I don't know if you felt the emotion from that, but there. It's overwhelming. Do I have knowledge in making a strand map? Somewhat. I've seen some really good strand maps, and I've tried to make some of my own. And I'm going to say making your own is difficult. Worth doing, but difficult. You want to like start with a bunch of parallel lines, and then you want them to be less parallel over the entire texture. And depending on how you want to do it, you either want to have it so it tiles, or you have the whole thing in. And I think having the whole thing gives you more styleability. But then you have to balance how many pixels you have with having some like crossover hairs, so they're not all directly in the thing. And then at the end, you need to like have some alpha to cut out the little bits. Maybe the same at the top too. If you can see just a little bit, just the tiniest bit of scalp, it really adds to the realism. But like, yeah, a tiny amount. You don't want it to look like they're bald, just like their hair gets thicker as it leaves a bit. What it is or how it works. I mean, yeah, so you have a bunch of strips. So like for hair, you have like a plane that is like a 10 by 1. I mean, I think if this is what a strand map would be, this is what it would be. So you have like a strand of pixels, you would have a texture on this, you would have a bunch of these, and then you'd probably have it look like hair. Guess kind of like a hair would be. And then you just need a texture that makes this, with all of its friends around it, actually look like a piece of hair. Heading out now. Good night. Good night, zombie. I might see you over the weekend. We have that meeting. If not, I might poke you about that crazy blit operation. You finished Cyberpunk on Monday as well? Hey, that's pretty good. And you said you did all the endings, right? Is strand map different from hair card? It's a good question. I should look what other people say a strand map is. I think the only difference I would put between a strand map and a hair card would be that a strand map, Google only knows maps. They're just like, what kind of geography would you like to see? Texture. But strand map would have multiple triangles, or more than 2 triangles, where a hair card would probably just get away with being a quad, right? Okay, so strand textures. I don't think this one would come out amazingly well, but it's like the start of one. Not too bad. This one looks like it would be pretty good. Yeah, and just like the little bits of transparency in there so they can layer and you can see hair underneath. Really helps. This would be very tangly, very wavy hair, but this could be good. Kind of like how they're breaking out the different channels to give different effects. Not too bad, yeah. And then you just need like a normal map on top of this. Created in Hair Strand Designer. I didn't even know there was a Hair Strand Designer. This one looks more like what I could do. This looks a lot like the ones I've done in the past. That looks really good. See, okay, yeah, and you use the root map to blend in different colors. Okay. Yeah, I haven't caught up on doing your hair techniques. I avoid hair. Unless it's grooming for a render. I've never been good at hair cards. You're doing the last one on Monday that's left? Ooh. Do you have a favorite ending so far, Gav? How would you bake it onto the hair? I think it's more that you would have a hair geometry that you would try and use over and over and just kind of resculpt it, but it should have the same UV placement. And then you should probably have one geometry for each type. Like they're doing categories of hair. So it might be nice to have one of each, because the ones where they taper, you don't want to have extra bit around the side that just gets alphaed out. So it's nice to actually cut out some geometry. or taper it a bit. But then yeah, just throw the UVs kind of like over the texture so that way they completely encapsulate each hair shape and there's not too much extra. What I would do. That looks like alien tech. Yeah, some of it is. Yeah, some of it can be magical. I'm trying to remember the blacksmith Unity demo had some really interesting hair cards. Can I actually find them? Because I do remember them showing off a little bit of how they did this. Okay, is this the one? Oh. And has it just been too long since the blacksmith came out? There was somewhere where they're just like, oh yeah, here's all the hair cards we use. Oh, they're so simple. And they look so good. Wow, this tells you very little. It might be in here somewhere. Blacksmith. Where? They have custom hair. Their hair looks really good. I think I was mostly impressed by the actual blacksmith. Like long flowing hair. Yeah, that didn't get any bigger. Man, the internet kind of sucks when you can't find the same thing you used to be able to find. Hair rendering. They did wrinkle maps? I wasn't even aware. Okay, based on animated influence weights. That's kind of cool. I want to try and do that. I was trying to do it in Maya, but Maya's it's the time I gave up on Python and never went back. I couldn't quite find the right libraries to actually put it all together to actually create the thing I needed to create. I was like, you know what? Python in Maya is kind of dumb. I love that this doesn't have any images, but they talk about it. Sample scene, you can download it. Please don't download automatically. Is this, wait, where's the asset? Hello? Don't know. It says that we're at a content page, but it also says that we're on the main page. And I hate to be down on Unity, but Unity is really slipping up. Anywho. You just got through the devil ending. I don't know what that means. But it sounds badass. Well, you still have 6 endings to go, so you only did 1. Oh, okay. That's cool. So we get to see a new one on Monday. I'll check that. I'm gonna delete that for now. Yeah, I wonder if you might still be able to find the blacksmith project and dig into that. A hard time believing I actually downloaded it to look into it. I should dive into it. I should use some of their provided stuff. I invent too many wheels. I only need 1 wheel. Because I can duplicate. Man, do I hate these hands. So Gab, are you still doing, what did you say you were working on? You were working with pistols in Cyberpunk? That's still your build? You said pistols and excuse me. I'm tired. I had a big day. It kind of feels like man, it's very weird around here. Pop this up a little bit. At 40, 20 minutes? 20 minutes in the weekend is hat. Shift both these. Gav, how was Booster's stream Wednesday? I feel like I missed everything this week. How's Outer Wilds going? Not Outer Wilds. Outer Worlds? I really loved Outer Wilds. Outer Worlds, why can't you be like your older brother, Outer Wilds? Captivated the minds and hearts of everybody. Didn't stream on Wednesday. Because you were with it, so you moved today. Okay. We are talking about Greg. Greg didn't have secret stream on Wednesday? I mean, of course he didn't have secret stream. What am I talking about? There's no secret stream. There's no Wednesday stream. I think we just have to key in. Not better, just kind of charges at the beginning. And right here. Good deal. Sweet. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be the translate C. Touch that in a second. Oh, you're talking about you? He did stream? Okay. Played Outer Worlds. He's trying to finish it so he can get to the game vote. Are we there yet? What happens tonight? Did you mention already? And I spaced because stuff. Probably more Outer Worlds. If he finished it this quickly, I would be really amazed. Not that he's fast, but like the game's a lot shorter than I expected. And doesn't he have the DLC? Kind of disappointing. Kind of lines up. It was notably disappointing. That's not bad. I've seen some people that have kind of a giddy up in their arm move. So fine, right? How are those this? They don't even look the same. He killed main people that were taking up the airwaves so the guy could send a call out. You don't know how much is left of the game. Okay. Did he power through the DLC? Is he ignoring the DLC? It's almost a thing. Maybe we should jump over to guns. That would be more cross-eyed trying to fix this thing. So need to select all, I think, and then we'll set some keys. Oh, or we could copy pasta all of the keys from idle, I think. You don't know if he's doing DLC? He has showed off on stream? Because there is DLC, right? Isn't that why it's worth playing now? Because it just came out with their expansion or whatever? Has not. Okay. Yeah, if he's rushing towards the Alan Wake franchise, which I'm sure, then yeah, this game has no chance. Select all the controls. We should be able to just copy pasta 10 to 25. Copy you to the 30, 45 range. Save everything just in case. Copy rig to time. Oh yeah, I guess we don't need select. And it did. Cool. Or Spider-Man, the vote's not over yet, but one has more votes. No one has not voted more on each one yet, so there's more votes coming in. Let me. I mean, why did he write the numbers? He wrote the numbers in as if it was finished. Wait, how are we down 3 votes? Gav, can you explain that to me? It says he has tallied 9 for Spider-Man and 12 for Alan Wake, but he currently only has 8 for Spider-Man and 10 for Alan Wake. Because the mod votes get 2. I see. Wow, did Sniper, Money Sniper really has quite a bit of power, huh? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't see Alan Wake losing this. Unless someone was really working against Greg, because we all know Greg wants to play that. If there's ever a game vote that he would manhandle in his direction, Alan Wake would be the one. Don't forget Keeper and Beebs. True. But you know, Keeper and Beebs didn't like. I feel like they got their modhood legitimately. I guess there's also who's that other person? I don't really know. Bad Coyote Monkey or something like that. But yeah, Money Sniper. We all remember the shenanigans that went down. Money Sniper totally stole the ballot. Is hand texturing hair really worth it? Maybe. It might be. It could be. It could still be kind of a pain in the butt if you need to have multiple maps. Like if you need a roughness map, an opacity, a color, a normal, a height, a root mask, then getting all of those to be cohesive, to be pretty much the same and give data on a similar pattern can be really tricky by hand. if you can manage to do just like a couple of strand maps in color with some opacity, like some transparency, and then you can just do some things to those, like multiply them by a gradient, you know, make them all white and black to make a mask. Yeah, that might be enough. It doesn't have to be, actually. You could probably spend like half an hour just drawing strands of hair and then erasing and redrawing after you see them on the model if you don't like them. I think most of the work is in the tweaking. So that's why Alan Wake is winning? Yep. Yeah, he's a huge Alan Wake fan. And then, you know, the no interruptions thing? That comes from Control, which is in the same universe. Did this guy get the teeth he made previously? Maybe. We put some jank teeth in this one. Also, hey, Akon, how are you? This one has some, like, real jank teeth. Like, they're kind of in, and there's, like, kind of a tongue. You know, the other one maybe came out a little bit better. Ew, yeah, sorry. We can close her mouth. Its mouth. Yeah, that's a bit better. I'll copy pasta later. We're almost done with stream. Gonna do the director's commentary for the remaster of Alan Wake 2, you think? Ooh, yeah, the wife played through Alan Wake. She went into the director's commentary. I need to get it from somewhere. Alright, might shift a little. Don't worry, just chewing on something. It's all good. Yeah. Get these guys doing. I do both. We do one at a time. I don't know. So get the walking animation the way that I wanted it to. Kinda. It's better. Let's show that off. Not perfect. Better. Even worse. I feel a little lazy. I've been kind of working on it all day. Arm moves, wait. Get there. It's Friday, right? I'm not supposed to get anything done today. Like a rule. How about you, Icon? Are you working on Tuesday's podcast stuff? Things, but like I have 4. Hello? a little bit weird. Let's try and grab them from here. Two. I think it's two. That's what. 35. Doing a little web UI UX. Cool. Then you'll focus on the Tuesday show. What kind of web work are you doing? Is it like work or is it something you can talk about? We'll work in one dimension. Oh, her face is attached. That's not good. Oh, we embrace the change, right up until we fix it. Have them like rotate first, then they'll start sinking in. Probably cram that together so we can fit in another stage or two. The arm like going back and then getting covered by the shell. Thought so. Oh well. Your podcast overlays are housed in the cloud. Going to monetize usage. So you're giving the UI a facelift. Hey, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've heard that in the modern day, the whole like template business, people making like web templates and stuff, actually like very lucrative. You finally upload in 5 minutes. Exciting. It's the end of stream, but for you, shish kebab, for you, I'll stay on. I'll check it out. Delay my weekend. I'm caught up in something. All of these. Okay. So have you decided on your hair stuff? You could also try to like paint on hair follicles, and then maybe render those down to a plane, which I would say is more work than hand painting your hair cards, but each their own. I don't think it's a bad idea. Actually, sounds like something I would try. I hope that looks intimidating. Oh, it's just like the Predator, except, you know. Also, I think I still need your ArtStation link again. I think that closed. I have the link somewhere. I'm actually expected to find it. That could take another half an hour. Shish Kebab's been uploading to ArtStation. Working on a lot of cool stuff. Hopefully link will show up soon. Okay, so that's all for just the top. Starting to lose my voice. Oh well, it's Friday, I don't need that anymore. If you grabbed a 3D model from online, could you pay me to animate it? Yeah, sure. What are you thinking about? No worries. Whatever it is, I'm sure it'd be fun. I think I want both these. Here. Then we'll get the other arm. Not sure yet? Cool. Well, I'm glad I could enable you to do stuff. This. Just wanted to be. You have a button for this. Just in case. Flatten that. Indeed. Is anyone playing Baldur's Gate yet? I feel like its release completely took me by surprise. Might try and get the wife to play it. Okay, so keep all that. These guys keep. I'll flatten some things soon. Hey, and Shish Kebab, do you get that link yet? I'm excited. All that back, and mostly good. Get the top guns out. I think that's good. Then these things. 42, I think stays solid. And 43, let's expand a bit. Give me a sec, no worries. Yeah, sorry to make demands. Right. Fully close. These tangents to not look so bad. Kind of cool. We could hold the last pose for a little bit more. Hit backwards, and that should be them. Okay. Holding at the end would really sell it. Not too bad. Figure that out. Monday? Figure that out Monday. We'll fix the walk cycle on Monday. And then we'll try. So if we get a walk cycle done, I have some code to turn that into a turn right, turn left, strafe right. So we can get most of our animations done pretty quickly once we get the walk looking pretty good. And then, I don't know, maybe after this we actually go back to doing our procedural world generation stuff. Lurk mode, no worry, enjoy your lurk. Thanks for stopping by. Ooh. Do I have to reload? I think I saw this one yesterday, unless it didn't update yet. Yeah, so for at least the ponytails, the braids, you shouldn't really need much of a hair texture. At least not like complicated one. Anything that gives you individual strands should work on that. Maybe even just a normal mat. Unless they're not all in order. I think I've seen these. Wait, so you already have these. Is this what you uploaded? It says 3 weeks ago. So you already have something hair-like. You could probably use this and then just paint in a couple of like gaps. Definitely not too bad. Okay, upload is coming online soon. Sounds good. That doesn't work on everything? Yeah. True. And if there was one technique that worked on everything, that would be. Too bad. I kind of wonder how this renders. Think I got the materials set up already. What's up? Cool, refreshing. Oh, hey, that looks really good. Okay, so I kind of see where you need to get your hair textures in. Yeah, the hair sculpt looks really good. Oh, your faces are good, really good. So you've only been working on stuff for like a month? Wait, yeah, punch right to the gut. So long. I need to work on more gentle faces. Too easy to just get lost in putting too much anatomy in there. Sauce. Scale might be weird because the subsurface seems a little prevalent. Does the armor still? I work on finishing the body. Is that a minotaur? Not quite. Probably do a minotaur at some point. But no, this is our Lamia. It's okay. I kind of like the balance between the dull and shiny. Subsurface scattering on the skins. Okay. Looks like she's made out of soap. I think the closest thing I did to a minotaur would be the deer. Check my Instagram, you should be up there. I did a kind of dramatic deer character. Very buff, very extra. Need to get eyes in. Guys, a big difference. Also go back to the text. This character's probably been one of the most spread out characters I've done. Huge gaps of time in progress on them. Which I would normally say is a good thing. I just kind of got the over. It happens. Don't judge me. Doesn't look too bad. Just like lots of little bother me the rest of my life. It's so dark. Yeah, it's subsurface. All too high. And Arnold also kind of makes, even if it looks bad. Like your first Jinx is like a night and day difference to your new one. That's real. I mean, yeah, we can see them both, right? That was your first Jinx? Yeah, I can see like you pushed some of the forms kind of hard. Still not bad though. Honestly, you're starting at a really good place and just getting better. That's not Jinx. Who? Yeah, no, you're right. We're looking for purple hair, right? This is the one. Sorry. Sorry, I'm dumb. Yeah, still not bad for your first. Pretty night and day. Good work. One side hair horrible. Like the eyes are alien. Yeah, on the first one, you can notice a little bit too much on the side of the eyes. It's like a little creepy. Like the eye shape was okay, but then the eyes didn't fill it enough, and you start getting too much of the pink on the side. Maybe you just pull this in. Yeah, no, your second one's so much better. And the nose got better too. Did you do the new one from scratch? Or were you fixing it up? Way too nervous. Oh well. Doing every model from scratch? Good. Very good. Gotta learn it, yes. And shortcuts can be helpful, but honestly, the long journey really just gives you so much experience. Even if it feels like it's a really long road and you make the same mistakes over and over, like the mistakes you make usually get smaller. Pretty important. Harder for people to notice that you have weaknesses. Yeah. How did this just get so dark? Anywho. Yeah, that's been it for me for today. Probably a good time to wrap up. Let's see if there's someone interesting streaming. Con is on. Con is always on. I hope she never gets annoyed at me rating her. But I like her content. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. See you later, Shish Kebab. Yeah, all my raiders, my lurkers, my chatters, my VOD watchers, I appreciate each and every one of you. I hope to see you again Monday between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, where we will finish more animations, I think. And then, yeah, eventually, probably next week, we'll move back to a bit more stuff. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate it. I hope to see you again Monday, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Have a great weekend. Drop in the Discord if you want. Say hi. Show us what you're working on. Find out when I go live. All that great stuff. I think that's it. I'll see you. Great weekend. Bye-bye.